Welcome to the Field of Dreams. I'm Emily Alanis, and tonight we're watching the undefeated Las Cruces Bulldogs versus the 3-1 Hobbs Eagles. Tonight it's going to be a tough battle against the running backs. Now stay tuned for 7 p.m. at kickoff.
So next time, that's a good job.
Testing 1 2, testing. We're in a commercial. Testing 1 2, testing.
Bulldog fans, where are you?
Say that again. Oh, let's see. Yeah, according to the scoreboard, you do. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to get.
Make welcome to the field, the Hobbs High School Eagles.
Welcome back to the Field of Dreams. Jeff Matthews with Bob Sherman on Classic Rock 98.7 FM, and we welcome those watching on LCPS TV. Joining in on our simulcast as the Hobbs Eagles have joined the Bulldogs out on the gridiron, and we're just moments away from the opening kickoff. I missed the coin toss. I saw it start and then turned away and missed the results. Did you catch the results?
I believe what happened. I'm going to give what I think what happened. I think that the Bulldogs won it and that they deferred and that they will be kicking off. Now, if that's totally wrong, don't get too mad if that's totally wrong, because Jeff and I were communicating a little bit there, but I think that's what's going to happen. The weather, the weather itself, the flags are pretty limp. The only thing that's a little nerve-wracking slightly is off to the north. Oh, shit. Off to the north.
What was that?
Up to the northeast.
There was a little pop of lightning.
There was a little teeny bit of lightning. You know what it kind of looks like? It looked like the Aggie game. Remember the Aggie, about an hour and a half before the Aggie played Tulsa, you'd think it was going to be the worst weather in the world, and a half an hour later it was perfect. So we have to hope that that's what's happening right now. But as it's going right now, everything's in great shape. And of course, this is a home game, obviously, for the Bulldogs, and they're in their blue, all blue uniform, a little bit of red stripe on it and stuff, and they got a white helmet. One thing I do appreciate is they have very nice big white numbers that are very easy to read. And actually, I want to appreciate Hobbs Eagles. They're the Eagles, right?
Yep.
Hobbs Eagles. I want to appreciate the Eagles, too. Now, they're all in white. They have dark helmets, but they have a very nice, large black number. So it appears that will not be a problem for two old people like me and Jeff to read the numbers tonight.
Yeah, they used to have gold numbers, and they were impossible to see.
Well, anyway, here we go. And,
now they have black numbers, and they're
easier to see.
Popping. All right. Manny Esparza has it teed up for the Bulldogs at the southern 40. He'll be kicking south to north, right to left for us, and he pops it up in the air a long time, and they're going to run the starburst, and they're a little confused on how they're going to run it. They do make the handoff, and coming right with it is Mora, and Mora's run out of bounds at the 27-yard line. So Hobbs looked a little not on the same page on the starburst.
Well, that looked like a galaxy burst. Okay, the starburst, you normally think of one guy, then two guys cross. There were about five guys all standing around in a big huddle, and it was difficult to know exactly what was going on. And the end result of it was that not a whole lot happened. So anyway, The Eagles have taken over on their own 27-yard line, right hash, and we're ready to go.
Junior Medrano is the quarterback for the Eagles. Hits 56% of his passes, 637 yards, 8 TDs and 3 interceptions. Snapped to Medrano, and he's going to keep, and he's wrapped up before he can get going. Does pull the tackler for a ride and gets 3 out of it, all after contact, and it's 2nd down and 7. Medrano on the year averaging 9.4 yards a carry.
Tell you that.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that was a darn good run because it initially didn't look like nothing was going to happen, and it was kind of interesting. The ball's on the right hash. They put Twins into the boundary, one receiver to the field, and then he went away from the Twins to the field and picked up about 3 on the play. Nice run.
2nd and 7, and Medrano throws, and Beatty drops it as they were trying to set up a wide receiver screen to the short side of the field. And it's 3rd down and 7 now. Medrano has thrown for 637 and averages 159 yards passing a game. They're more run than pass this year, Hobbs.
Yeah. Well, and you know, the ball was dropped. I don't believe it was going to go anywhere anyway. It was one of those bubble screens, quick squeeze the wide receiver, and a bunch of Bulldogs were there. Here we go.
3rd and 7, sprinting left is Medrano. He's a righty, and he turns it up now, makes a guy miss, falls forward near the 1st down stick. Just a little shy of the 1st down based on where they're going to spot it, but they haven't flipped it around and spotted it in the middle of the field yet.
Yeah.
He gave them a 1st down where he plopped it. They got a really favorable spot there.
You know, I don't know what it. No, it is. It's still 4th. Yeah, it's 4th and very, very short. And it was a hard sprint. This was not a little roll pass. Medrano was running hard, and there was a deep receiver going down the left side. And it looked to be like Medrano kind of had it in his mind to run the whole way. And I guess we've got a timeout here.
Where they spotted it, it's very close.
Maybe they're going to measure.
And I thought he got a favorable spot. And by a favorable spot, I'm talking maybe the length of the football, something like that. Timeout on the field. I think either Hobbs took a timeout to talk about their 4th down play, or maybe they asked for a measurement. I think
I think they're coming in. The chain crew's coming in.
Yeah, so Hobbs didn't take a timeout. They said, let's see how far we got to go, because it buys them some time to think. And the chain gang has made it out on the gridiron. They stretch out the chains, and they're short by about the length of a football. On their own 37, though, you don't get this, and you have set the Bulldogs up in tremendous field position.
Yeah.
If you do get this, you're at your own 38. New set of downs, that's good, but the risk versus reward, you figure Hobbs is an underdog tonight, so maybe they're rolling the dice a little here.
Well, we'll see what happens. Here they come. And they're sure not going to do a tush push, that's for sure, because they're spread all over the field. So here we go.
4th and less than a yard. Medrano goes and ducks underneath center. Quarterback sneak, and he bounces off the pile, and they take him down after about a 3-yard gain and a 1st down.
Yeah. No, I think that was a good job because it appeared that they were going to run like a regular play. Medrano runs up there, and immediately you snap the ball. You don't want to sit around. If you're going to run a quarterback sneak, you don't want to sit around too long. You want to get up there, snap the ball, and before the defense really is aware of what's happening, worked out perfectly, 1st down.
1st and 10 for Hobbs at their own 39. Pass slung out left side, caught 40, 45, and out of bounds near the 1st down stick is Ortiz. Ortiz, 12 catches coming in on the year, so that was catch number 13 this year, and he averages 15 yards a carry. He got 8 here.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, to make that play go, and that's that quick screen pass. They call it bubble screen, quick screen, whatever you call it. You got to get a block from the guy that does not catch the ball, the other receiver, and by gosh, he got a great block by the receiver that did not catch the ball, picked up 8 yards on the play.
2nd and 2, Medrano drops the pass, fires complete, hit immediately as the receiver who's taken down by 2 Bulldogs. But it's a 1st down at the Bulldog 48-yard line. Estrada made the catch.
Yeah, just right off the line, it was nothing much, but they didn't need much, okay? They needed a couple of yards. They got maybe 6 on it, and the receiver just goes down, turned, and the ball was right on the money, right on time, and there you go, 1st down.
The receiver that caught it shaken up.
He's down, I guess so.
Checking his knee. That is Estrada, who just made his 5th catch of the year. Averages about 7 catches per ball game. on the season, he's got 7 catches. I'm sorry, Bob's trying to talk to me privately here. Probably should have just said it over there.
A little louder on the headset.
Bob wants an ear adjustment. Which from me? You want to hear me better? That would be you turn this to the right.
Okay.
Put it to where you're comfortable.
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
You're yellow.
All right, I got it right
We've
here.
got a color-coded board here.
Uh-oh.
Meanwhile,
who is that?
that's Brian Estrada, the wide receiver who made the catch, limping off to the sideline with some assistance.
Oh, boy, it's a shame.
1st and 10 for Hobbs after his catch at the Bulldog 48. That was just his 5th catch of the year.
Mm-hmm. That was a nice throw, a simple little route, and they made it good. Here we go.
1st and 10, they go to the ground. Handoff coming right, turns it up, pick up a 3. Mora on the carry.
Yeah. I tell you, they're blocking pretty well because a pretty simple play. The running back passes the quarterback underneath, and he heads to the right. Then plants his foot, breaks off the B gap like the guard tackle gap, and made about 3 on the play.
2nd down and 7 for Hobbs at the Bulldog 45. Swing a pass out left side to Ortiz. He picks up a yard on the wide receiver screen. Out there was Walter to make the stop.
Yeah.
3rd down.
Didn't the Eagles did not quite get the block they got the first time they ran that play. The other guy that's out there with them has got to get a pretty decent block, and the defender for the Bulldogs shed that guy and was able to make the tackle.
3rd down and 6 for Hobbs at the Bulldog 44-yard line. Play action. Madrano has pressure. 2 Bulldogs went flying by him. He got away from them, but then there were 3 more waiting. They tackle him, but he picked up a yard, so no sack. And it's 4th down and 5 for the Eagles at the Dog 43. A yard gain for Madrano.
Yeah,
Diaz made the stop for the Dogs.
The play action had no effect upon the Bulldog defense because, boy, they poured in on Madrano, and he had absolutely nowhere to go. As a matter of fact, did he lose a yard in the play?
Picked up a yard.
Here we go. So here we go. 4th down, big play.
4th and 5, Madrano rolling right, throws, and the pass out of bounds. He's throwing with a pretty strong wind at his back. That one sailed on him. Didn't have a chance.
Yeah, it sure did. The
Bulldog
ball was long and it was outside. So there you go. So that ends that drive. So we're ready to go again. There's 8:25 to go here in the first quarter. No team has scored yet, and the Bulldogs are coming onto the field, and they're actually going to be taking over in good field position at their own 43-yard line.
So Las Cruces gets good field position after Hobbs goes for it on 4th down and fails. So Cruces takes over at the Bulldog 43, and Gunnar Guardiola and company have it 1st and 10 at their own 43-yard line. And a handoff coming left, 45, and a burst out to the 49-yard line, as that's Daniel Amaro on the carry. He picks up 6, and it's 2nd down and 4. He averages 11.6 yards a carry for the Dogs. What a wonderful year for him.
That's for sure. By the way, number 7, it looked like number 7 is Miskus, right?
Yeah, that's who I talked about in the pregame show.
Yeah, he was on the right. He pulled and came to the left and actually did a nice job of blocking on the run on that play. Nice job by him.
2nd and 4 for the Bulldogs at the Bulldog 49-yard line. Amaro leaves the backfield. It's empty now. Guardiola wants to throw. Fires complete to Winnikoff, and he has it for a 1st down. Spun down at the Hobbs 44-yard line almost immediately, but it's a 1st down for the Bulldogs.
Yeah. Winnikoff did exactly what he's supposed to do. They call it a sticks route. That means you go just as far. You go a little bit past the front stake. Then you come back so that you can catch the ball. And he got it by a yard, and that's the whole idea of what that play is designed to do, and it worked perfectly.
1st and 10 for the Bulldogs at the Hobbs 44-yard line. And a jet sweep. Carrasco sweeping right, looking for a place to turn it up, and bent the corner, never really got it turned.
No.
Picks up 3, and it's 2nd down.
Yeah, I tell you what, the defense did a nice job because the Bulldogs, they pulled everybody. They had like a triple people. A tight end, a couple of receivers, all bunched together. They pulled a backside guy. They ran the sweep, and they never were actually able to turn it north and south very good. So Hobbs did a nice job on it.
Barunda goes into the game, and Carrasco, who just carried it, comes out of the game. 2nd and 7 for the Bulldogs at the Hobbs 41. Play action, and a pass to the far sideline is caught by Winnikoff, shy of a first down by about a yard. But they pick up about 6 on the quick pitch and catch on the RPO, and it's 3rd down and a yard to go.
Yeah, nice solid play. Winnikoff goes down. He kind of bends it to the inside. I don't know if you'd really call it a sideline. It's more of a kind of a stop, and the ball is thrown right on the money. And Winnikoff he knows exactly what to do. He knows to get a little bit past where he wants, come back to the ball, and there you go. So it's 3rd down and maybe a short 2 or a long 1, whatever you want to call it.
3rd and a yard for the Bulldogs at the Hobbs 35-yard line. Here comes Miskus in motion. He'll lead the play for Amaro behind left guard, and he gets stacked up very close to a first down.
Yeah.
Not sure he got it. Pickup of a yard. 4th down and short, in my opinion. We'll see after they sort things out with the officials.
We might wind up in the first quarter. We might wind up with a nope. They call it a first down, just barely. And I'll tell you, Miskus, as Jeff said, he came from right to left. Then he turned up and blocked in the hole. Amaro followed him, and they got the yard. Defense played it very well though, but they got the yard.
So the new line of scrimmage is the Hobbs 34-yard line. There's 6:16 to play in the first quarter. Nothing the score on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. And the Bulldogs break the huddle. They will send Barunda wide to the right. Winnikoff to the wide side of the field, split wide to the left. They're in the pistol. Snap back to Gunner, hands off to Amaro at right tackle, and he cuts it up. He's got some room, and he's to the 29. And that's a gain of about 4 or 5.
Yeah, just
2nd down and about 4 or 5.
Yep. Just broke it off the right side of that zone play. And by the way, they are taking the wing back, and they're bringing him as a blocker to lead on the play, which is very common. That's something that you see all the time on TV, and it must be working because everybody's running it. And it worked out very well. Picked up 5 yards.
This will be the 7th play of this Bulldog drive. It's 2nd down and 5 for the Bulldogs at the Hobbs 29-yard line. Guardiola sends Carrasco in motion, fields the snap, drops the pass, looks left. Now he's scrambling. He's going to run. He gets hit and driven down at the 25.5-yard line. Gain of about 3 or 4. It's going to bring up 3rd and 2 at the 26.
Yeah, I think Gunner did a nice job of picking up whatever he could there, because there were 3 receivers that looked to me like all of them were reasonably deep, and he needed a little bit more time to get one of those guys to pick up one of those receivers. He didn't get it because everybody poured in on him, and he was able to pick his way through all that mess with a decent run. So brings up 2 yards to go here for first down.
And we got a whistle. And everybody's going to the sideline, and a timeout, Las Cruces. I thought I saw a flash of lightning off to the north. It's getting darker, so they're becoming more apparent. Bulldogs have taken a timeout. Nothing the score. 4:39 to play in the first quarter. And we'll take a 30-second break. You're listening to Bulldog Football on Classic Rock 98.7 FM. The wind's blowing left to right, and that's where the storm's left. So the ground surface winds are blowing that this way. If it's, I don't know what's happening up there.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Here we go. Third down and a long yard for the Bulldogs at the Hobbs 25-yard line. Guardiola sends Carrasco in motion. He stops H-back left. Now he resumes, stops H-back right. And they're running a counter to the left. Amaro bounces outside, grab, muscles his way for a first down, still going. They've got him hemmed in, never get him to the ground. The whistles stopped the play as his forward progress stopped at about the 22. That's a gain of 4 for Amaro. First down.
That was a reverse motion, too, from the wide receiver. He started to the left. He went all the way to the right. Then he put on the brakes and came back to the left and became a lead blocker on the left side. So he did a lot of running on that play, but it was just enough to get the Bulldogs a first down.
1st and 10 for the Bulldogs at the Hobbs 22-yard line. 3 wide receivers for Las Cruces. Guardiola with a fake handoff, sprinting right now. Fires a pass to the sideline. Winikoff makes the catch. Stays in bounds, then goes out of bounds at the 17-yard line, but he got the foot down. And that's a gain of 5 on Guardiola to Winikoff, and it's 2nd down and 5.
I'll tell you, that's an unbeatable combination. I'll tell you, I can't remember this year seeing Winikoff drop anything. Now, I'm sure he did. You know, he might have dropped a fork at the breakfast table, maybe, but he doesn't drop a ball, that's for sure. And the ball was perfectly thrown, sideline route, exactly the way you draw it up, and 2nd and 5.
Winikoff and Carrasco wide to the left. And Winikoff goes in motion, handoff to Amaro. Amaro behind left guard. Finds a soft spot for 2, and that's it. They shut that down pretty quick.
Yeah.
And it's 3rd down for Las Cruces at the Hobbs 15-yard line. They need the 12 for a first down. So 3rd and 3 roughly with 3:50 to play first quarter, nothing to score. Yeah,
and you know, one thing you can see right now about Hobbs, they have a pretty good darn defensive line because there aren't any gigantic holes to run through like we're kind of used to see with when Amaro gets the ball. Here we go.
3rd and 3, the Bulldogs have gone heavy with 2 blocking backs in the backfield. And a handoff to Amaro, coming left, gets a little block, gets outside, uses it to the 10, to the 5, and he's yanked down awkwardly at the 2-yard line. Flag comes flying in.
I'm thinking.
Gain of 13. I'm thinking horse collar.
Well, you know what? You said it. I don't know. I hate to say it, but I kind of thought that what it was. Interesting formation because they had 2 wingbacks real tight into the formation. They pulled. The left wingback pulled. The right wingback pulled. Amaro fouled at everybody into the to the left, into the short side of the field. It appeared that it was a horse collar, but I hate to comment. It could be anything. Who knows?
It takes forever to get the signals anymore.
Here we go.
There we go. Personal foul. Horse collar against Hobbs.
Yeah, that one was a pretty easy one to see. Yeah, you could see that.
The thing is, they got the first down on the run, and then with the horse collar, they're going to get half the distance to the goal, and the ball's about the 2.5.
Yeah.
So this is about a 1-yard penalty.
But yeah, that's right. If you're going to get a horse collar call, that's the place to get it because the penalty on it's about a yard. So 1st and goal from, what is it after about the 2?
Yeah, it's at the 1.
The 1.
Front of the ball's resting on the left hash at the 1.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
So 1st and goal for the Bulldogs at the 1-yard line. Guardiola has Amaro behind him in the pistol. And they hand to Amaro. Right guard punches it in. Open to seam for him, and Amaro with his 14th rushing touchdown of the year. It's a 1-yarder. And Las Cruces goes 57 yards for the TD march.
Yep. Nothing fancy. They did that. They had that formation where you had 2 wing backs. You had everybody on the line, 2 tight ends, 2 wing backs, and Amaro headed off to the right side in that guard tackle gap. The wing back over there helped him out a little bit, but it was the offensive line that did all the dirty work inside there and wound up being a touchdown. Nice run.
Manny Esparza to tack on the PAT. Good snap, good hold. Kick is away, and he split the uprights. 7-0 Las Cruces on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. 3:10 to play in the first quarter on Classic Rock 98.7 FM. So the Bulldogs go 57 yards to take a 7-0 lead with 3:10 to play in the first quarter on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. And now Cruces to kick for the second time to the Hobbs Eagles. The safety's back at the 5 on the western hash.
Let's see, Jeff, if they try that. I hate to call it we'll see what happened. Last time it was just a big mess return. They're going to try something else here. Here we go.
Wind knocked it down. They're running the starburst.
Yeah.
They hand off, and going left is French. French to the 20. They've got a beat on him and run him out of bounds about the 23. So the starburst, which you run a weave off of a guy with his back to the coverage team, and it can be deceptive, but the Bulldogs were all over that one with their coverage.
Well, it looked a little bit more coordinated than the first starburst over here. I'm too sure that all those stars knew exactly who was supposed to be bursting and who was supposed to have the ball. This one looked like it was a more coordinated effort, but the Bulldogs were on it.
So 1st and 10 for Hobbs. The Eagles have it at the Hobbs 24-yard line. Ball's on the left hash. 4 wide receivers, and Medrano will keep it himself, but he's got a lot of room. He's ahead of the pack, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, touchdown. Medrano with his 7th rushing touchdown of the year, 76 yards.
Wow, did he make that look good. Basically, it was just a fake to the right. He kept the ball to the left. There was a gigantic hole. And I'll tell you one thing, Medrano can run, because there were a couple of Bulldogs there that were in the secondary that were chasing him, but Medrano was gaining on him the whole way. And I don't know how fast he is. I don't know what his 40 time is, but that guy can run. And a little bit of fake to the right, take the ball to the left, and wow, unbelievable.
Beatty to try to tie the ball game. Snap is good, hold is good, kick is away. Doesn't have a lot of height, but he got it through there.
Yeah, he got it through.
That's all that matters. 7-7 the score. Hobbs and Las Cruces tied up. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to play in the opening quarter. On the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard, we're tied at 7. The Eagle kick after this on Classic Rock 98.7 FM.
Jeff and I were talking here a little bit. If this was a big-time national broadcast, we got our stat guy next to us, and he would know the runs, longest runs against the Bulldog. But I would guess that 77 yards in one run is the biggest run the Bulldogs have given up all year. And maybe I'm wrong, but I'll bet you that's the case.
Wind is howling from the north. That's left to right from our vantage point, and at Hobbs' back to add a little more clarity to what it means football-wise. And the wind blew the football off the tee. Here's Beatty's kick. It's a pooch kick.
Yeah, it's a pooch.
Dogs catch it at the 22, returning to the middle of the field and up across the 30 out to the 34-yard line. Devin Alba returned it for Las Cruces. And Las Cruces has it 1st and 10 at their own 34 with 2:44 to play in the first quarter. Tie ball game.
Well, I tell you, the Bulldogs put together a really good drive up the field and did all the right things. And I don't know how many plays it was. We could probably figure it out.
One. The Bulldogs.
The Bulldog drive.
Yeah.
But
12 plays.
Medrano goes in one play, goes 77 yards. He made it look easy. So the score anyway is 7-7, and here come the Bulldogs back again.
1st and 10 for Las Cruces at the Las Cruces 34-yard line. Gunnar Guardiola in the shotgun. They're empty. Gets the snap, drops the pass, feels some heat from the backside, so he begins to run, and he gets to the line of scrimmage. They wrap him up and drop him. Maybe got a yard.
Yeah.
No sack because he got back to the line of scrimmage, but they certainly got a pass rush on him, and it discombobulated the play. It's 2nd and 10 for the Dogs at their own 34.
Yeah, and it appeared to me that the coverage was good. All I could see was a bunch of white jerseys over there. There were a couple of blue jerseys over by the sideline, a whole bunch of white jerseys over there too. So there was no place to throw it, no place to run. So great defensive play in total by the Hobbs Eagles.
2nd and 10 for the Dogs at the Dog 34-yard line. Amaro leaves the backfield in motion, leaves them with 4 wide receivers left side. Guardiola looks that way. He's going to heave long for Miskus, and the ball tipped. And they're fighting for it on the ground. Hobbs says they have it. Bulldogs say they have it. See what the back judge says. That's what's important. And they're going to discuss it before they clue us in. Hobbs football, an interception.
Wow.
Again, they're throwing long into the wind. I think the wind affected the flight of that ball.
Wow, it sure did. And that was an interesting formation because there were 4 people in a big diamond look over there. All of them ran deep. It's like there wasn't that was going to be a long pass. There wasn't any choices going on sideline routes. And Gunner threw that thing up there, and the wind took care of it. The ball, just didn't get there, and it became a fight between the receiver and the defensive guy. And it looked to me, Jeff, like it kind of bounced off of one guy and went into the stomach of another guy. In other words, it wasn't just a clean interception. It's kind of a bounce-around thing. But anyway, the end result is here comes Hobbs.
Eagle football at their own 34-yard line. Medrano on a quarterback keeper, and this time they get him pegged right behind the line of scrimmage. He never got going. He lost a yard. About the same play they ran for the TD, and this time no hole at all.
Yeah, well, he had to take a little hesitation. Medrano stepped to the left, and then he kind of hesitated a little bit, thinking, well, maybe something will open up for him. He was hoping that would happen. It did not happen, and the Bulldog defense just stuffed him right there. So basically no gain. I guess you could call it a loss of about 2 feet.
1:10 to play first quarter. Hobbs 7, Las Cruces 7. And the Eagles have it 2nd and 11 at their own 33. Medrano drops to pass. Medrano fires, and it's a low pass and a catch made by Beatty, they say, at the 38-yard line. Nope. The umpire has waved it off. The linesman called it a catch. Yeah. The umpire kept tooting his whistle till he got everybody's attention. Said no catch. It hit the ground.
Yeah, by the way, that was my position when I officiated, and that's the umpire's call. Because the other people have their back to it, the umpire can see it, and he had just the right call. He's got the best view of it. Good job.
3rd and 11 for the Eagles at the Hobbs 33-yard line. 3-by-1 to the left. Junior Medrano calls for the ball, catches the snap, rises up, throws, and it's incomplete over the middle. Not anywhere close to connecting.
Nope.
And it's 4th and 11 for Hobbs at their own 33-yard line with 49 seconds to play first quarter. Clock stopped. They're going to get to punt with this really gusty wind at their back.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, that wind is beginning to make quite a difference here. So here we go. Holy mackerel, here we go.
Well, the punter doesn't stand deep. No. He boots it away, and the wind carried it to the 24. Then it takes a huge Eagle bounce. Now it's taking a long Eagle roll, and it's going to be fanned a little bit by the coverage guys, and they down it at the 6. 61-yard punt, about 30 of it in the air.
And, that punter was closer than I've ever seen punters. He was really close to the line of scrimmage. Normally a punter likes about 14, 15 yards, and he looked to me like he was maybe 12, 13 yards. And I thought, I wonder if they're going to do something screwy out of this thing, because it didn't look like a real punt formation, but it was. It worked out great. And here's the Bulldogs down there at their own 5-yard line looking at a big fancy win.
39 seconds to play first quarter. 7-7 the score. 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs at their own 6-yard line. Miskus goes in motion right to left. Good snap to Gunner. Hands to Amaro. Trying to get outside. He does. Turns it up the hash. Makes a guy miss. Makes another guy miss. And then gets tripped up as he crosses the 15 to the 17-yard line. That's a gain of 11 right now. And they've signaled first down.
Yeah, just a standard handoff sweep. Nothing fancy. Good blocking over there. And the contained guy contained it pretty good. Amaro just broke it up inside of him. and got the first down on a nice run.
26 seconds and counting to play in the first quarter. 1st and 10 for the Dogs. Handoff to Amaro. Same play going the other way. Gets run down by one of the defensive linemen that kept him from really getting going, and it's a short gain of 3.5, 4 yards for Amaro. 2nd down and 6.
Yep, it's just that Jeff already said it, man. That's it. They ran the same darn thing, and just a little better defense that time by the Eagles, and I think we've got a quarter here.
At the end of the first quarter, it's the Bulldogs 7, the Eagles 7 on Classic Rock 98.7 FM.
Tonight we recognize a big thank you to Delphi Physical Therapy.
So Winikoff springs Amaro for a 22-yard TD. His second TD run of the night, his 15th of the season. And he's got 81 yards and 2 TDs on 12 carries. There were other people blocking.
Oh, yeah.
But Winikoff's block kind of got him that edge.
Winikoff's block was very easy to see. Now, there were other blocks on the left side of the line that had to have been good, but Winikoff you can see very well. Here we go. Here's a kickoff.
And it's bobbled.
Oh, it's bobbled.
Then picked up. And then returning it left is French. And French will try to bounce it left. He's hemmed in and giving ground.
Oh.
Flags are flying, and he's dropped back at the 16. So French dropped it, picked it up, then kind of ran east-west frantically, trying to find a hole to go through, and never did.
Yeah,
see what the marker is, though.
Yeah, they see what the I want. Well, I'm not going to guess. French was just trying real hard to find a spot, but I'll tell you what, the coverage did a good job. All the Bulldogs stayed in their lanes. Face mask. Yep. That's about all it could be at that point. It's a face mask.
5-yard penalty. I thought they got rid of the 5-yard face mask, but apparently not.
You know,
Hobbs takes over just across their own 20.
So that is a 5-yard penalty? I thought they only did the 15s. Maybe that came back. I don't know.
Yeah, there was a time where they decided whether it was 5 or 15. Then it seemed like that went away for a while.
Yeah.
It must be back.
I could give you a reason for that.
1st and 10. Hobbs to the air. Medrano hits Ortiz. Ortiz gets a block. Ortiz still going, breaking a tackle, and fights his way out to the 29.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. There's a good come on, turn your jersey so I can see you. I think it's number 10. Is it number 10 over there? 19, I can't see him. He was over on the far left, and he had a nice block, kind of like a Winikoff kind of block, and sprung the guy on the play.
2nd and 2 for Hobbs at the Hobbs 29-yard line. 3 wide receivers to the right, and they're going to go to the ground. Handoff going right on a sweep. Turns it up 30-35 out to the 37-yard line. Flying up to make the stop for Las Cruces was Jojo Gutierrez.
Wow.
But a good game. About 7 for Nelson, who averages 6.7 yards a carry. So 1st and 10 for Hobbs. They're not huddling. Not going to waste their time with a huddle. Good snap. Medrano back to pass. Gets rid of it. Fires long. Catch made. Pulling away. 30-25. Dive for the ankles is successful. And he's brought down at the 23-yard line. That's Beatty, their deep threat. Gutierrez dove for the ankles and swiped him and kept him from scoring.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that was a nicely done because there was some pressure on Medrano, and it was just a streak pattern, called seam pattern, whatever you call it, straight up the field. Ball was perfectly thrown, caught over, in the perfect spot right over his head, and made it, beautiful play, beautiful gate out of the play.
1st and 10 for Hobbs at the Bulldog 22-yard line. And a handoff to Nelson in between the tackles. Fights his way to the 19, picks up 3.
Yeah.
By the way, that pass play went for 42.
Oh, wow. That was a good play. It was just a streak pattern. By the way, Hobbs' offensive line is pretty good, too, because a lot of times there aren't big holes. They're just kind of getting some movement on the defensive line of the Bulldogs. Here we go.
2nd and 7 from the 19. Home run ball. French caught it. Was he in bounds? Nope, incomplete. He was out of bounds on the far sideline, the eastern sideline, the Hobbs sideline. No TD. It's an incomplete pass.
Yeah, that was a good shot, though. Might as well give it a try. And it was a streak pattern. The ball was just a little bit, evidently the ball was a little bit outside because it was caught but out of bounds. But kind of a scary-looking one right off the bat. It looked like it was going to be a catch for a touchdown.
There's the lightning warnings.
Oh, no.
Hear the siren?
Yeah.
That means a lightning crack within 10 miles of the stadium. So the teams will go to the locker room. The stands will be emptied, and we'll go to a break. And we'll have to wait 30 minutes at least till they resume the game. So we've begun the lightning safety protocol here at the Field of Dreams. Good ball game. Bulldogs 14, Hobbs 7. Hobbs driving when the sirens went off. It's not a tornado warning. It is a lightning strike within 10 miles of the stadium. There's no moisture above us. The storm feels like it's to the north. And they've gone high tech with these lightning warnings. So we'll take a break on 98.7 FM Classic Rock. Bob and I will be back, talk about what happened so far, and then we'll let them get some music ready for you that will run until the game resumes. After this timeout, Bob and I will return on Classic Rock 98.7 FM. I'm kind of surprised. 7. Here's a handoff going right, and the tackle made at the 16. It's a gain of 3 on the carry is Hill with his first carry of the night. It's a 4th down and about 4, Bob, for the Hobbs Eagles.
Yep. And, you just wonder how the players feel, They're in there and they're sitting around and all that kind of stuff, and here they're back out and they're ready to go again. And, well, I think it's kind of tough for them. But anyway, here they go. This is a big play for Hobbs.
4th and 4 from the 16, and the pass into the end zone goes incomplete.
Yeah.
Junior Madrano really didn't throw it near a receiver.
Yeah.
Heaved it deep over everybody's head, and the Bulldogs have stopped the Eagles on downs after a long lightning delay.
The ball was thrown into the corner there. I guess you'd call it a flag route. And the coverage was there. There was a guy in front of the receiver, a guy in back of the receiver, totally covered, and the quarterback just basically threw it away. So the Bulldogs did a very, very nice job defensively. So here they go.
So it's 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs at their own 16 after stopping Hobbs on their promising drive that was interrupted by lightning. Gunnar Guardiola fakes to Amaro, drops to pass, heaving along, wide opens Winnicott, and he can't make the catch at the 45 through his fingertips.
Well, I'll tell you what, Winnicott was totally wide open on the play, and it looked like he might have just gotten his hands, the little fingertips on it, and that's the way it goes. Looked like it was going to be a great one, though. From the start, it sure looked good.
So it's 2nd down and 10 for the Dogs. The ball is at the Las Cruces 16-yard line after they missed on a home run ball that would have been an 84-yard TD if they could have connected. Winnicott goes wide to the left. Barunda and Miskus are wide to the right. Amaro in the backfield with Gunner. Guardiola calls. Winnicott goes in motion, stops wing left. Guardiola back to pass, dumps it off to Winnicott. Winnicott slips a little bit, cutting, keeps his footing, and goes down at the 19 after a gain of 3.
Yep, a little bit of pressure on it. We haven't really talked much about the defense. You talk about offense all night long, and I'm going to look a little bit about the defense, but they had 5 people coming that time, and I don't know what has been normal for them. They've been a 4-man front, but a little bit of pressure, but not a whole lot. So anyway, big play coming up here for the Bulldogs.
3rd and 7 for Las Cruces at the Las Cruces 19-yard line. 2-by-1 to the left. Ball's on the right hash. Good snap to Gunner. Fakes a handoff. Goes up top. Fires. Pass it complete at the 29-yard line.
Yeah.
So it's 4th and 7 for the Bulldogs. So both teams came out and have missed opportunities.
That's a tough pass because Gunner is on the right hash, and that ball was thrown over by the numbers, and the top of the number was 10 yards from the sideline. So that ball traveled an awful long way to pick up a reasonably short gain. So it was basically a long, difficult pass, and it did work. Cross field.
Bulldogs are in punt formation, and a flag flies.
Uh-oh. Now what? Been very few penalties in this game. You could take a look there, Jeff. I don't know exactly what it is. But
I don't remember. 1 for 5 against Cruces.
Yeah, almost
and
nothing.
1 for 1 against Hobbs. Remember they got the horse collar for a yard?
The half the distance one. Well, they did something wrong there.
Illegal
Must have been
procedure.
a false start or something.
Yes,
I don't know what.
Maybe they lined up wrong.
I guess so. But anyway, it's fourth and very long.
4th and 12. Punter at the 1. Good snap back, and he boots it away. Good kick. Line drives it. Caught at the 45. With it is Mora. Mora gives ground all the way back to the 35. Then a block. He uses it, but there's a flag on that block. That's going to be a block in the back. And he returns to midfield, but that block's going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
Because he caught it at the 45, ran backwards. Then they got the block in the back, and they're going to be backed up 10, 12 yards from here. If that's a flag down, I think that's a flag down at the 36.
Yeah, it was actually a good punt. It had some pretty good height on it, and Mora was trying to elude problems over there. Gave a lot of ground, and then of course you got the penalty on top of that, so things don't look good for him.
41-yard punt.
see what they're lining up there.
Then the return, he gave a bunch of ground, and they did the block in the back one. He was given 10 yards of ground. So the penalty's way back at the 37. They're going to step it off from there. They're going to get this ball about the 27-yard line.
Oh, boy, that thing.
That's a disaster for
That
Hobbs.
is
That works out to be like a 59-yard punt in the end.
Yeah. Well, it's like you say, all kinds of bad things happen. It was a great punt to start with. Giving ground was not a very good idea. Of course, at that time you really don't know. Then you get the block in the back on top of that. So, like 3 things in a row all happened bad for Hobbs. So anyway, here we go.
1st and 10 at the Hobbs 28-yard line. Junior Madrano keeps up the middle, and he was loose for a moment. And then grabbing him is the linebacker Michael Diaz, and he yanks him down at the 34, which kept that from being a huge play. He got 6 anyway.
Yeah, Madrano, there was no draw or anything on that one. Madrano got the ball, and he took off right up the middle and broke over the A-gap on the right side, picked up about 7 on the play.
Good snap to Madrano, fires it right side, caught, first down, a little bit more. On the catch is Beatty, and he goes out up at the 43. That's a gain of 9.
Well, I've said this many, many times. That quick, whatever you want to call it, bubble screen, that quick screen to the wide receiver goes nowhere if you don't get a block. And he got a block. The guy that did not catch the ball threw a very nice block, and that picked up the first down.
Madrano sends a pass out to Beatty again, catches it behind the line of scrimmage, a spin move away from one defender. All that did is cause a delay, and more Bulldogs arrive.
Yeah.
And he's going to be stopped at the 41. That play works for -2.
Yeah. You could say it worked or it unworked, I guess, for -2. And, you're throwing it into the boundary, which is a little bit tough. The ball's on the right half. You throw it into the boundary. The blocker at that time didn't have really any opportunity because there were too many Bulldogs over there, and there was no one to block, really.
Here's a handoff. Hill coming left, gets out on the edge in pretty good shape. And then Walter catches up to him and wraps him up and drops him up at the 48-yard line. It's a gain of 7 for DeMarcus Hill, his second carry of the night. He averages 8.5 yards a carry.
Yeah, he's not bad at all. And that was just, it was just a handoff sweep, and the Bulldogs played the play pretty darn well, really.
3rd and 6 for the Eagles.
Here we go again.
Junior Madonna wants to keep going right, gets wrapped up down low and taken down. Shooting in there to make the stop for Las Cruces High was Orby Nab, the linebacker, 160-pound linebacker. Stopped him for a yard gain.
I'll tell you what happened.
Promising too, didn't it?
I'll tell you, and you know what? The lead blocker was the running back in the backfield. And somebody, it was a long way away and I really couldn't see it, but somebody stuffed that lead blocker and stopped him in his tracks, and there was absolutely nowhere to go. Now look at this.
They're going to go for it on 4th and 5 from their own 49. They're going on a long count.
Oh, they're not
in this day and age, it's on a long clap. He clapped a lot. Looks to the sideline.
They can't do this.
4th and 5 from their own 49-yard line, and a flag comes, delay a game against Hobbs.
Oh.
They did snap it. They were going to run something, but the delay a game penalty came right at the snap. 4:03 to play in the half. The Bulldogs 14, the Eagles 7. We're not going to have a halftime. They're going to play through the half. Oh, they picked up the flag. Apparently Hobbs called a timeout before the play clock expired. We'll pause 30 seconds. Bulldogs up 7. You're listening to Classic Rock 98.7 FM. Welcome back. Jeff Matthews with Bob Sherman. It's 4th down and 4 for the Eagles at their own 49-yard line. They've looked like they want to go for it.
I wonder if they were. I wonder, it looked like they were. Maybe they tried a hard count. I don't know what they were doing. And then all along the coach was probably thinking, well, we got to get a timeout called or whatever because I can't believe they're actually going to do it. Look at, maybe they're going to do it. They might be going for it. Oh, my gosh, look at this.
Snap back to Medrano, sprints right, turns it up, and steps out of bounds near the stick. It's going to depend on the spot. Looks like he did get the first down to the short side of the field. He went out of bounds at the 46, and they got it. It's a gain of 5. They needed 4.
Boy, I'll tell you what, there was a heck of a chance, and by gosh, he did it. I'll tell you, that Medrano was pretty darn fast, and it was nothing fancy. It was a quarterback sweep. Quarterback got the ball. He just ran to the right and got the first down.
They're ready to go again. Draw play, handoff to Hill, slung down after a yard or two. Second down and about 8.
Yeah.
Making the stop for the Bulldogs linebacker Michael Diaz. Gain of 2 officially.
You know, it's interesting. You don't see that draw very often. I call that a sprint draw. Medrano gets the ball, the quarterback. He starts to his left like he's going to run a sprint pass. He puts it in the gut of the blocking back, and the blocking back comes back to the right.
Second down and 8. Play action for Medrano. Throws over the middle, off the fingertips of the outstretched hand of Beatty, going over the middle on a post route. And it's incomplete, and it's 3rd and 8.
Yeah, that could have been complete. It looked to me, did he touch it? It looked to me like he actually touched it.
He got his hand on it. Yeah, he
got
reached out his hand
and the ball was thrown well, and it was just a quick crossing route. Well, in my opinion, I thought the guy could have caught it, but he didn't catch it, and that's the way it goes.
3rd and 8 for the Eagles at the Bulldog 44-yard line. Trips to the left. Solo receiver to the right side. Fake handoff to Hill. Medrano wants to keep, and he gets hit. And he's plowing forward after being hit and brought down at the 40. He picked up 4, and it brings up 4th and 4 for the Eagles again.
Yeah, it's just a straight dive. It's not really a quarterback draw. It doesn't look like there's any fake to throw the ball. He just gets the ball and goes. Well, anyway, here we go. They're trying doing it again.
Snap back to Medrano, good. He goes to the air, hits Beatty, catching it and stepping out of bounds at the Bulldog 29 with a first down and a gain of about 12 or so.
Yep, I'll tell you, it was a nice throw. It was a quick throw. He didn't need a heck of a lot of time. Took a couple of steps. He threw the sideline route. The ball was right on the money. Nice catch. Beatty jumped right out of bounds, and nice play. They got the first down.
Bulldogs 14, Hobbs 7. Eagles have it 1st and 10 at the Dog 29. Medrano fields the snap, gets pressure, throws it away as he's being sacked.
Yeah.
Shooting in there for Cruces was Luis Bohorquez, the defensive end, the sophomore that's taken over for Bannister in there. And good job, heads-up play, I think, by Medrano not to take the sack and get rid of it. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, they got pressure from the inside, and they got a little pressure from the outside on Medrano's left. So he had pressure coming in both areas, and there was really nothing for him to do.
2nd and 10. Inside handoff to Hill. They got him bottled up pretty good. He's dropped after a yard gain to the 28-yard line. Well, they're going to give him the 27, so more like 2 yards for Hill. 3rd and 8.
Yeah, just a dive right out the middle. So here they go. Big play for him coming up here. 3rd and 8 at the 27-yard line.
Yep, they're at the 27.
Of the Bulldogs.
They need a 19-yard line for a first down. Snap to Junior Medrano. Sprints to the short side of the field. Fires high and incomplete. Pass was intended for French. Too tall. And it's 4th down and 8. 17th time Medrano's passed. He's 8 of 17 for 69 yards. 4th and 8 here, passing situation.
Yeah, it was interesting, too. They brought a receiver in motion coming from right to left. So it gave you the idea that maybe they were going to do something to the left. Then Medrano actually came back to the right, the short side of the field, and it was not good. Here we go, 4th down.
4th down and 8. Good snap to Medrano. Head and shoulder fake, and he's throwing deep, and a man's open. Caught at the 1. Touchdown Eagles. On 4th and 8, he hit Beatty over the middle, and he threw it right on the money. He had a step or two, and perfect connection. That's a TD pass of 27 yards on 4th down. It's a 1-point Bulldog lead pending the PAT.
Boy, I'll tell you what, that was a heck of a play because there were 2 defenders The Bulldogs had 2 people deep. There was 2 defenders, one on each side of Beatty, and Beatty split the defenders, had a 2-step on each of them, and caught the ball for a touchdown. What a job.
This is for the tie. It's 14-13 Cruces, and here's the point after touchdown. Good snap, good hold. Beatty's a lefty, and his kick is up. It hit the upright and bounced backwards. It's no good.
Ooh.
He hit the upright. We got a doink.
I'll tell you what, man. And I'll tell you, the one that he made on the south end was a lousy-looking kick, but at least it went through. This would look like a good kick, and it hit the upright. So, anyway, there you go.
So it's the Bulldogs 14, the Eagles 13 with 2:04 to play until halftime on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. And as an alert, they're going to play right through halftime. There's not going to be a long halftime, just so you know. Back with the kick after this on 98.7 FM Classic Rock.
Is it normal to do that when there's a big delay?
I haven't been through enough.
I haven't noticed if they've ever done that.
Usually when there's that long a delay, that's the ball game.
Yeah.
So this is uncharted territory for me. Other than that time I went to Carlsbad with Centennial, and they resumed at like 11 p.m. Welcome back. Hobbs has cut it to 1. The Eagles kick sails to the 16-yard line. Bulldogs take it there, and there's a hole. 30-35. It's Winnikoff to the 50, to the 45, and knocked down at the Hobbs 40-yard line. 1:56 to play in the half, and a tremendous kick return by the Bulldog return team. They've sprung Winnikoff all the way down to the Hobbs 40.
Well, that was a great job. Great job by also. It was a great job by Winnikoff. He didn't do anything special. He just took the ball and went straight ahead. And the problem is that the kickoff team, you have to keep your lanes. Everybody has a certain lane, and they let the gap in the lane right about, between the hash mark and the numbers, big gap in the lane. Winnikoff found the gap and a big return.
1st and 10 for the Bulldogs at the Hobbs 40-yard line. Good snap to Guardiola. Turns, hands it to Amaro. Bounces it right, trying to get the corner. Finds a little seam, cuts it up across the 35 to the 34, down to the 33-yard line. It's a gain of 7 for Daniel Amaro. 13 carries, 88 yards, and 2 TDs for him.
You know, the end man on the line of scrimmage on the left side for Hobbs actually did a nice job because they forced Amaro back to the inside. He liked to break it outside, forced him inside, and backside people made the tackle.
Hand off to Amaro, right behind his center. They've pushed him back a little bit. Offensive line pushed the Eagles off the line of scrimmage, and Amaro took what they gave him, and he's across the 30 to the 29, 4 yards and a first down.
Yep, and I tell you this, Hobbs, they're pretty darn good. Hobbs doesn't give you a whole lot, okay? They've got a good line both on offense and defense, and it isn't like Winnikoff is just running all over the place like we've seen him all year. He has to work to get yardage.
1st and 10 for the Dogs at the Eagle 29-yard line. Fake handoff to Amaro. Pass sent out right side. Lopez makes a catch at his shoe tops and goes down at the 21-yard line. It's a gain of 8. How did he catch that?
Boy, I'll tell you what, the pass was low and to the inside, and he just barely got it, but boy, he did get it. Well, anyway, here they're going fast.
2nd and 2 for the Bulldogs at the Hobbs 21-yard line. Handoff to Amaro, hunting and pecking for a hole. An Eagle has lost his helmet. And the whistles blow, and Amaro muscles his way for a first down after a gain of 3 or 4. They stop the clock with 38 seconds to play in the second quarter. And the Bulldogs have it first down at about the Eagle 18.
Yeah, and I think they have the same rule in high school as they do in college. You lose your helmet, you got to get out for at least a play.
Yep.
So the guy ran off the field, and here comes the substitute in, and here comes the Bulldog. The Bulldogs are getting going fast here.
Fake handoff from Guardiola. Sets up, fires into the end zone. Caught. Touchdown Bulldogs. It's Francisco Winnikoff running a sideline route about 2 or 3 yards into the end zone, and they connect. A perfect strike, and Cruces leads it by 7.
Well, you can't be any better than that. Winnikoff on the right-hand side, down the field, and he didn't run a basic sideline like it was a 90-degree. I would have called it a flag pattern, like a 45-degree. The ball was thrown perfectly, Winnikoff's hands, and, man, they made it look easy.
Yeah, it didn't take them long to go 40 yards. And now it's Manny Esparza in to try the PAT, and the kick is away, and he boots it through the uprights. So the Bulldog lead is 8, the Dogs 21, the Eagles 13 on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard with 27 seconds to play in the second quarter. You're listening to Bulldog Football on LCPS TV and 98.7 FM, Classic Rock in Las Cruces. Welcome back. 27 seconds to play until halftime that we're going to race right through. There's not going to be much of a halftime because of the lightning delay. The Bulldogs by 8 with 27 seconds to play in the half.
You know, Jeff, that was kind of like the Whitakoff show if you look at it, because Whitakoff got a great kickoff return and then wound up catching the touchdown pass.
Esparza's kick sails into the end zone for a touchback. I was like, you're used to the Aggie game we did the other night because all the kickoffs went for touchbacks, and you kept talking through the kickoff like you knew he had the leg to get it in the end zone, but it's not Ryan Hawk of the Aggies. And then Esparza goes and kicks it in the end zone for a touchback.
Yep. And
a little wind at his back right now.
Yeah. Well, you haven't checked the wind. The wind has been all over the place, and actually you're exactly right. Now the wind seems like it's coming from the north to the south. But anyway, here comes the Eagles ready to go at their 20-yard line. See what they got in store here.
Junior Medrano threw for a TD pass on 4th and 8 for the Eagles on their last possession. They got it 1st and 10 at their own 20. Fake handoff. Medrano's going to keep to the second level untouched, to the third level untouched, and a couple Bulldogs have an angle on him, and he'll step out of bounds at the Las Cruces 41-yard line.
I'll tell you, that Medrano is a sneaky quick guy because, as Jeff said, there was a fake to the right. Medrano found some room to the left, and then he kind of works to the outside, and he works back to the inside, and he's a sneaky runner. But I'll tell you one thing absolutely for sure, he is fast because we've seen that already. So he's a dangerous guy. He might be one of the most dangerous quarterbacks that I've seen this year from an opponent. Here he goes again.
39 yards, 1st and 10. Medrano sprinting right, throws, receiver falls down, flags fly.
Uh-oh.
And they might get the Bulldogs for interference here. It looked like the receiver just slipped, but maybe he did not. Maybe he was pushed down. That's what the referees must be thinking because they threw flags. You wouldn't throw a flag if a guy slipped, I don't think.
No, and there was 2 of them, weren't there?
Yeah, 2 flags.
Yeah, 2 flags.
3 flags. There's 3. No, one of them's a hash mark.
Well, now they're throwing one. Okay, well, we don't know exactly what happened there. It didn't appear. Okay, pass interference. Yeah, that's what it's got to be.
Yep.
It didn't appear that way. It appeared like he slipped, exactly what Jeff said. But 2 officials saw the thing, the same exact thing happen. So something bad had to have happened. He didn't just slip. He actually must have gotten, maybe he was tripped, maybe he was knocked down, who knows. But end result of all that is a penalty. So
11 seconds to play in the half. Yeah. Hobbs has it after the penalty at the Las Cruces 26-yard line. Medrano drops to pass. Looking right, has pressure, gets away from a defender, sprinting to the sideline, steps out at the 21. It's a gain of 5 with 4 seconds to play in the half. He'll have time to take a shot at the end zone here.
Yep, Medrano was really looking to go right, and he got some big pressure from his right side, the left defensive side of the Bulldogs. So then he changed his mind, came back to the left, and the Bulldogs had him bottled up pretty good. They're going to try a field goal here. That's 37-yard field goal.
38 to be exact.
Yeah, 38.
Beatty's the kicker, just hit the upright with an extra point attempt on the last drive. Good snap, good hold. Kick is away, and it's tumbling towards the end zone and dies before it gets to the goalposts and wide to the right to boot. He didn't get all of it, and he missed from 38, which at this level, there's no shame in that. That's a pretty long field goal for high school.
Yeah, it is.
Clock didn't run. Only 1 second came off the clock. You would think the half would have run out with 4 seconds on that kick. They've zeroed the clock. The referee said, you know what, that clock's not right. Somebody didn't run the clock. So the half is expired. Las Cruces 21 and the Eagles 13. Las Cruces outscored Hobbs 14-6 in the second quarter. All right, we got a really brief halftime here. Let's take a break. The Bulldogs 21, the Eagles 13 at halftime. I don't know how long to tell you, Martine, our board operator back at the station, but run some breaks and I'll let you know when the second half's getting ready to start. You're listening to Classic Rock 98.7 FM. 5 minutes. Catch at the 33 is Walter, and that's where the Bulldogs will set up shop. They returned it to the Hobbs 40 last time, thus the short pooch kick, surrendering good field position without risking a long return.
Yeah, that's exactly right, because Whitakoff did a great job on that return. How long was that return anyway? It was
he caught it at the 16 and returned it to the Hobbs 40.
Yeah, so it's a long return. So
44 yards.
Hobbs just decided the best thing to do, pooch kick it, exactly like Jeff said, and we won't have much problem. Anyway, here we go. Empty set here to start it off for the Bulldogs.
1st and 10 for the Dogs at the Dog 33-yard line, and Gunner is going to shovel it to Amaro going left. He's got a lead blocker in Miskus. Good block. It sprung him. Amaro run out of bounds on the Hobbs sideline on the eastern side of the stadium at the Hobbs 48-yard line.
Well, I tell you what, I haven't seen that. It's a screen. It's actually a screen in that Amaro lines up on the right. He passes in front of Gunner. Gunner just pitches him the ball, just a little shovel pass, exactly what you say, and then Amaro heads off to the left-hand side. And it's actually a screen because the ball is caught behind the line of scrimmage, and the lineman can get down and block like he can on any screen.
1st and 10 for the Dogs at the Hobbs 48. Winikoff will shift and stop wing right. Hand off to Amaro coming right, cuts up inside that block, and he's stifled. Maybe got a yard to the 47. You don't see him stopped for a yard very often.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He likes to get out there and bend it to the outside, but the contain was very good. The inside pressure was very good, and to have a an Amaro run for 1 yard, as Jeff said, that's kind of an anomaly. That doesn't happen very often.
2nd and 9 for the Dogs at the Hobbs 47-yard line. Good snap. Gunner back to pass. Gunner looking downfield, zips it over the middle. Tight window, caught. Winikoff has it down at the 20-yard line. Marker down at the line of scrimmage.
Oh, boy. And it was a post route. Whitakoff was lined up on the left. He ran a post route. The ball was perfectly thrown. Whitakoff caught it. And
gain of 27. There's a marker down. Yeah. Personal foul. Face mask against Hobbs. So this is a tack on. This happened at the line of scrimmage. One of the Bulldog linemen's missing his helmet. I'm guessing it did just pop off.
Yeah, that's probably exactly what happened. And there you go. So now you're going to tack on
half the distance to the goal.
Yeah,
here.
Because the ball is setting right now, at the 20?
Yep.
Boy.
Move them to the 10, I'm presuming.
Yeah.
Half the distance to the goal. We're a minute into the 3rd quarter, roughly. And the Bulldogs are up 8, and they're knocking at the door. They're in the red zone.
Yeah, it's right at the 10.
I've been hearing the term lately, deep red zone, medium red zone, intermediate red zone. Oh. So the red zone's getting complicated.
Yeah, it's getting complicated.
You're inside the 5. I guess you're in the dark red zone. 1st and goal for the Dogs at the 10-yard line, and there goes Carrasco in motion. Handoff to Amaro going right. Amaro stretching it out towards the sideline. Braces for a collision and plows his way down to the 2. That's a gain of 8 on 1st down.
That's an interesting motion. The guy lines up on the right and then goes in motion to the sideline. It's like, well, what's he doing out there? What's he going to be doing out there? Well, I don't know what he was doing out there. They did give the ball to Amato, and he took it down inside the 5. It's at about the 2-yard line, 1-yard line.
2nd and goal. Ball's at the 2. Look at this. We've got 2 blocking backs behind the left guard and 1 behind the right guard. Handoff to Amaro, and he marches on into the end zone. I don't know that they laid a paw on him. It's a 2-yard TD run for Daniel, his 3rd of the night.
Yep, it's pretty tough to stop him. But as Jeff said, you put 2 guys in there that are also blocking, and you can, you block him inside, you run Amaro behind him, and there you go. And there's only a yard left or 2 yards left. About is going to get that.
Bulldogs 67 yards on the drive. 10:51 to play in the 3rd quarter, and they now lead at 27-13, pending the Esparza point after touchdown, which is on the way and right through there. Bulldogs 28, Hobbs Eagles 13 on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard on Classic Rock 98.7 FM.
And then the kickoff return of
44.
40 some yards. And he's blocked very, very well. And Winikoff's a big guy. Notice on there that they've got him listed at 6'1", 185. So he's got some size to him as a wide receiver. Anyway, here's a kickoff into the end zone.
Esparza's kick sails 5 yards into the end zone. Hobbs will take over at their own 20 with 10:51 to play in the third quarter.
50-50 raffle, new ticket number 238-4288. 238-4288.
Bulldogs by 15, so a 2-score lead for the first time. It was 7-7 at the end of one. It was 21-13 Cruces at the half. And now it's 28-13 Las Cruces. 1st and 10 for Hobbs at the Eagle 20-yard line. Junior Medrano back to pass. Medrano fires complete to a wide open receiver along the sideline. That's French. French with a stiff arm gets to the 30. It's a gain of 10.
Yeah, he just went down and kind of bent to the inside. And the Bulldogs over there are playing zone. That ball was into the sideline on the right, and the cushion, there was a pretty good cushion there between the corner and the receiver, and there you go. Is it pretty easy first down?
10:35 to play third quarter. Shotgun, one receiver to the wide side, everybody else to the short side, and a handoff to Hill. Hill, tough sledding off the right side. Gets 2. He hasn't been able to get loose. That's 5 carries, 17 yards for him tonight. On the year, he averages 8.5 yards a carry. Tonight, it's more like 3 yards a carry.
Well, they jammed it up. I mean, they also haven't been playing teams like the Bulldogs either. And the Bulldog defense just jammed the whole thing up. So here we go again.
2nd and 8. Hill again off right guard. Steamrolls his way to the 35 for 3 more. 6 carries, 20 yards for Hill now, and it brings up a 3rd down and 4 or 5.
You know,
their
you just
own 35.
Yeah, you just wonder now. They've run the same thing to the right, that zone play to the right, and you just wonder if they're setting up Medrano to come back to the left, to fake that one and come back to the left. Anyway, we'll see.
3-by-1 to the left. Hill's in the backfield with Medrano. They're looking to the sideline. Looks like they changed the play because Hill's changed sides. Good snap to Medrano. Back to pass. Floats it near side. Beatty with a nice snag at the 40. Gives ground to the 38. Shakes and bakes and gets up to the 46-yard line. It's a gain of 11 and a first down.
You know, that ball, too, is one of those passes where Beatty catches a ball on the left. The ball is thrown past the hashes on the right, and that's a long throw for a sideline route to throw it from the hash marks on the right all the way to the sideline to the left. And then Beatty put a little outside move, bent to the inside, and got a little run after it.
1st and 10, the blitz is on. Medrano has a screen set up. Hill has it. He's got some blockers, and the Bulldogs stop it for a 12-yard gain. And Phil's kind of fortunate that's all they got, because that looked to be perfect play call at the perfect time and set up well.
Boy, that's exactly right, because here comes everybody, and it's a screen up the middle. All it was a middle screen, and it looked like it could have gotten a lot more.
1st and 10 at the Bulldog 42. Medrano sprints right. Fires, intercepted. Bulldogs have it. 40, 45. It's Gomez. He stepped out of bounds at the 43, they say. Making the interception for the Bulldogs. Isaac Gomez, the defensive back, stepped in front of the receiver along the sidelines.
Yep, perfect interception. The receiver was a sideline route. Gomez had him covered the whole way, stepped in front of him, timed it perfectly, stepped in front of the receiver, and you can't get a better looking interception than that. So here we go. Now, I'll tell you what they used to do back in the olden days, you call the sudden change. They used to do in the olden days is after a sudden change, when psychological difference between offense and defense, then you know what? You go for the big score right now. Now, they don't do that anymore. That's what they did back in the olden days.
1st and 10 for the Bulldogs at their own 44-yard line. Instead, they'll hand it to Amaro coming right. Now he cuts up inside a block, trying to get what he can. Not much there. Gets 3 to the 47 is all.
Yeah.
Way different than a long bomb.
That's for sure.
2nd and 7.
I'll tell you, the Eagles have done a nice shot. I'll tell you what they've done. they've got the corner set pretty well. Amato likes to get outside the end man on the line of scrimmage. The end man on the line of scrimmage has played very, very well against the sweep. It's forced Amato to break more into the inside, and he's not getting those great runs off the sweep he normally does.
2nd and 7 for the Dogs at their own 47. Guardiola trying to hit Amaro in the right flat, but a defender had other ideas, got up his hands and batted it backwards.
Yeah,
nice play by Hobbs. Wheeler, the defensive end, knocked it away.
You know, he looks like a tall kid, too. Anyway, he got in there right now. There you go.
6'3".
Yeah, he looks tall just when you see him on the hoof when you look from here. He got in there perfectly, and there you go.
So it's 3rd and 7 for Cruces at their own 47. They need the Hobbs 46 for a first down. Bulldogs 28, Eagles 13. Third quarter. Miskus goes in motion right to left. Good snap to Guardiola. Fakes it to Amaro. He stays in to block. Guardiola fires a really tight spiral low, and Winnikoff goes down and makes the catch on the sideline at the Hobbs 40. First down, 13 yards.
I'll tell you, that was a heck of a throw because number 24, Garcia, who's the corner over there, was right on that, and Gunner had to put that perfectly. Now, something good to say about it, Gunner had all day to throw it because the offensive line gave him the time to throw a perfect pass.
So it's 1st and 10 for Las Cruces at the Hobbs 40-yard line. 2-by-1 to the left, which is the wide side, has the 2 receivers on it. Winnikoff's alone on the right side. Hand off Amaro, left tackle, bounces it out, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown Bulldogs. 40-yard jaunt for Amaro off left tackle.
Boy, I'll tell you what, we need to know the numbers of those people that are blocking on that left side because there was just an unbelievable hole over there. And I know the motto, he's a good back and all that kind of stuff, but when you get a hole like that off the left side, it's just opened up, the gates opened up over there, and there you go. Who we got? Give him, who is that?
Grayson Poe, the left tackle, Dean Oslin, the left guard,
and he
J.J.
probably helped
Mendez,
there
the
too.
center.
But that hole just
Diego
opened
Lopez.
up. It was gorgeous, and you give Amato that kind of hole, and it's all over. It's all done. You know, this game is kind of interesting. Well, talk about it later.
PAT's good. 35-13 Bulldogs, 7:24 to play in the third quarter on Classic Rock 98.7 FM.
Hobbs Eagles 13, Las Cruces High Bulldogs 35.
Welcome back, Jeff Matthews with Bob Sherman. Bulldogs 35, Eagles 13, and you were saying?
Yeah, well, you know, this is the second, and I don't remember the team now, but early in the game it's a battle. And it's like, oh, man, this is going to be a get-up-and-go battle right down, nail-biter, right down to the end. Now, I'm not saying that the Eagles can't come back, but that all of a sudden you look up and there's another score by the Bulldog, and all of a sudden this battle is gone, and it's kind of an easy win. Now, I'm not going to say that right now because there's still plenty of time, but it seems like those are the kinds of things that happen when you see the Bulldogs. And who was it? Do you remember who they played that one time? And it was a war early. Then it turned out to be a blowout.
Volcano Vista was like that. Rio Rancho was like that.
You know, yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
And yeah, it's like that. And it looks like, well, man, they're going to really get challenged. Man, we're going to get a real war here. And it could still happen. We've got a lot of time to go. But suddenly a tight game has become 35-13. And if, in fact, the Eagles can't do something here to make up some of that difference, then you're going to have the same old kind of blowouts we've had. But anyway, we'll see what happens.
Junior Madrano, the quarterback, takes the snap, drops the pass, heaving long, trying to get it all back at once, and Ortiz stripped of the ball incomplete at the Bulldog 45.
What a
Making
job.
the defensive play was Mateo Montoya for the Bulldogs.
Boy, I tell you what, it looks to me like he had the receiver looks like he had the ball, and the defender knocked that ball out of there before he could pull it into his body. When the ball was still out there, the defender knocked it out of his hand. That was one heck of a play by the defensive back on that play, man.
7:17 to play in the third quarter. The Bulldogs 35, the Eagles 13.
Yeah, it looks like the Bulldogs, they've got a 4-man front. Looks like they're playing, 2 corners, 2 safeties, and it looks like they're playing zone. Nothing's really tight in there, so it looks like they're playing zone defense.
They're resetting the play clock. It ran out, but rather than penalizing the Eagles, they've put it at 25. That was the delay. 2nd and 10 for Hobbs from the Eagle 20-yard line. And it's Medrano keeping, gets into the linebacker level and cuts back, and the secondary gets involved and brings him down after a gain of 15. Alba, the safety, made the stop.
Yeah, the Bulldogs, too, brought a little bit of pressure off the right side, which really made no difference to the offensive play because Medrano just takes the ball, and it's just a dive. It's quarterback dive straight up the middle, and he's done it all night long, and he's good at it.
He's back to throw this time, and Medrano throws a strike. It's caught by Ortiz on the sideline, turns it up, and goes out of bounds at the Las Cruces 48-yard line. So a big gain here of 17 yards.
You know, how could he be that open? There was no one near him. It's kind of like somebody should have been at least near him, and either the corner or linebacker, somebody should have been out there near him, but there was just an unbelievable amount of space to catch the ball. Looks like pressure's coming. Yeah, it is.
Medrano carries off left tackle, and he's getting pinballed around by the Bulldog defense. Picks up a yard.
Yeah.
2nd down and 9 from the 46.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the Bulldogs guessed right on that one. They came with the extra guy into the same area that Medrano was running, and it was kind of interesting because the ball's on the left hash, and it was in the short side of the field, and they stopped him. The Bulldogs stopped him. Oh, there he goes again.
Medrano carries behind right guard, and he's wrapped up, and there's a shoving rugby match that's broken out at the end of this play as he tries to muscle for extra yards, and the Bulldogs bringing extra helmets to the scene and trying to stop it, and they whistle it dead at the 42. Gain of 4 for Medrano.
Yeah,
he's got 168 yards on 15 carries.
He's a tough kid. I mean, now, of course, one of them was 77 yards. Okay, that's fine. But I'll tell you what, the guy is tough. He runs inside hard. He runs outside hard. Here we go again. What's going to happen here?
Hand off to Hill. Cut back, and Hill drags a tackler for a first down as he's down to the Dog 33-yard line.
Yeah. Nice job by Hill.
Exactly
as Jeff said, it's perfect. He was heading off to the right, broke it back to the left. Actually, he was kind of like running right behind Medrano. Like Medrano was had it off, went straight ahead, and Hill looked like he was going to go right, came back to the left, running right behind Medrano.
1st and 10 at the Bulldog 33. Medrano collapsed. Now he looks to the sideline with Hill, and they're getting new instructions maybe. Bulldogs with 5 along the defensive line. Medrano is going to carry, and Vaughn brings him down at the 30-yard line. Von Romney, the defensive end, closed down on that one, but he still picked up 4.
Yeah. He they like that play, and it's like a quarterback sneak from shotgun. The guy gets the ball, he just takes off right up the middle, and he gets some yardage.
Head and shoulder fake going deep over the middle. His receiver French has a step or two, but he missed him. He overthrew it.
Oh, boy.
Well, you think on those, put more air underneath it and give the receiver a chance. Easy to say, hard to do.
Yeah, that's
But
exactly
he had
right.
French for a TD if they connect, and he overthrew him by a couple of yards.
Yeah, French lined up on the right, and he ran a post route, actually a little bit deeper than a post route from right, and he was running into the end zone on the left side. Was open on the play. The coverage was not that good, and just wasn't there. Ball missed him.
3rd down and about 6. Handoff to Hill in between the tackles. Swarmed, fights for a yard or two. Stops shy of the first down. Bring him down at the 27. First down yardage to 23. It's 4th and 3.
Yep, big play coming up here for the Eagles. If they're going to get back in this game, they got to make something. They got to make something happen right now. They got 4th down and 3, and they got to make something happen.
Good snap. Medrano starts right. Now he's going to tuck it. Slides right. Gets wrapped up. Tripped up. It's going to depend on the spot. He didn't get there. Short by a yard. Denton Walter, I believe, reached out and tripped him up as he went by. Medrano got 3. He needed 4. Bulldog defense stops him at the 24-yard line of Las Cruces.
Yep, I don't believe that's what they wanted to do. I think Medrano wanted to throw something quick over there. It wasn't there because there was a little hesitation. When Medrano runs that dive, man, he just takes right off. There was a little bit of hesitation. I think he was looking to the side, see if he could throw the ball. Nothing was there, hesitated a little bit, and missed the first down by a yard.
So they turn it over on downs after driving it inside the Bulldog 30. Dogs take over at the 24, up 35-13. They really need a defensive stop here, does Hobbs. Las Cruces wants to keep the pedal to the metal. Good snap to Guardiola. Hands off to Amaro. Cut back left. What a cut.
Oh,
25, man. He's got the 30. 35, he's got the 40. 50, 40. Wrapped up and shoved out of bounds.
Jeez.
That play was designed to come right tackle, and it ended up left tackle.
I would have said it even different. It looked like it was going to be a sweep going right. and Olderbato turns it into a sweep going left. I mean, it's just, that guy's just amazing. I'll tell you what, I don't know how you play defense against that guy, but you don't play defense against him. That's the problem. Well, he's probably got 200 yards rushing already. I don't know what he's
getting up
got.
there. That was for 39 more. 1st and 10 for the Dogs at the Eagle 37-yard line. Jackson Alba gets a carry. Jackson tries left guard. They're shoving him to the Hobbs sideline and take him down. And he picks up 5 as they give Amaro a breather. That's his first carry of the night.
Yeah.
Let's see what Daniel's got.
You know, and Alba, he's a good substitute there. I mean, he's not Amaro, but I tell you what, he's not bad at all. And he's running behind a good offensive line. And he just ran off tackle to the left and picked up 4 yards.
2nd down, about 6 to go. The defensive tackle lurched for Hobbs, but he apparently did not enter the forbidden zone.
Yeah, the forbidden zone. Worst penalty in the world. Worst penalty in the world zone.
Snap. Hand off to Alba. Boy, they've moved him back off the ball at the line of scrimmage, and he runs into the soft spot and picks up a chunk, and he's close to a first down at the 28, gain of 5 or 6.
Yeah.
If he got the first down, he got 6. He's about a half yard shy. And Amaro got his breather. Alba's out, and Amaro's back in.
I'll tell you. And you know, Jeff actually said it just right. There was no hole there. All it is the offensive line on the right side pushed all those white jerseys back, and it was just they created a new line of scrimmage 4 yards downfield. And there you go. Alba fell into that great blocking on the right side.
3rd down and a yard to go. Gunner's going to keep. Amaro's going to block. And Gunner gets a first down as he punches it to the 15. Or make that the 25, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
It's a gain of about 3. A boring little gain of 3 for a first down. Give it to Amaro. Come on.
Well, you know, Gunner's okay.
Oh, I'm not dumping on Gunner, but boy, Amaro's.
No, Mana's the guy. And you know what? Gunner gets the job done when he has to get the job done. Gunner's a passing quarterback.
Yeah.
And if he has to run, and if they call a run, and he runs it with the best ability that he's got, but his main ability is to get out there and throw the ball. He's not a running quarterback.
1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. It's time for the jet sweep. Miskus being rewarded with a carry. Goes right, goes airborne, and gets taken down hard. But he picked up a chunk, about 8 for Miskus.
Yep, and you know, it's really, Jeff and I are going to have to talk about this. He likes to call it a jet sweep. I call it a fly sweep. And
same thing.
I don't know if it's, but we've talked about this before. Maybe there is some slight difference, but we understand what we're talking about. The wide receiver on the left comes across the field, and he's handed the ball, and he runs to the right. So you can call it a jet, fly, or whatever it is, but that's what it is.
2nd down, about 3 to go. And here's Amaro. Puts on the brakes, cuts hard right, gets met by the defense. And he's only going to get a yard or 2. It's going to be 3rd down for the Bulldogs. Before that carry, Amaro was averaging 8.9 yards a carry tonight.
Oh, man. And I'll tell you, Winnikoff was coming across from right to left. He lined up in that slot position, and it looked to me like he had a fairly decent block on the left side, but Amaro decided to come back to the right a little bit, didn't really follow that block, and ran into a pile of white jerseys.
3rd down and a yard to go for the Bulldogs at the Hobbs 16-yard line. Here's a handoff to Amaro. 1st down and a little bit more.
Yep.
He's down to the 12. It's a gain of 4 for Amaro as he's closing in on 200 yards rushing. He's at 194. After that, his 23rd carry.
Yeah, that's a zone play to the right and break back. So Amaro lines up on the left. He comes to the right. He's going to run it to the right. Then he plants his foot, comes back to the left a little bit. And all the good backs can do that. They break it back, and some of the best yardage actually comes from a break back on that zone play. Anyway, here we go.
No huddle from the Bulldogs.
Yeah.
They often huddle, not here. 1st and 10 at the Hobbs 12-yard line. Out of the shotgun, it's Gunnar Guardiola time, and he carries and gets smushed as he hits the 10, pushes the pile to the 8. Picked up 4.
Yeah, as we talked about it, he's not the strongest runner in the world, and then he got smushed. That's a good that's a good football term, smushed, right? But anyway, he got hit pretty hard. So anyway, that's what do we got? That's the quarter.
End of 3. It's the Bulldogs 35, the Eagles 13 on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. We'll take this break. You're listening to Bulldog Football on 98.7 FM Classic Rock.
Got something brand new and exciting happening in Las Cruces Public Schools this year. It's called the Count Me In High School Attendance Initiative. Students with strong attendance can earn cash prizes, gift cards, and entries into drawings for $1,000 at the end of the school year. Please join us in thanking our incredible community partners. It's the Sparrow Auto Group, Pioneer Bank, Felici's Frozen Custard.
Welcome back. Jeff Matthews with Bob Sherman. And the Bulldogs have the ball at the 8-yard line of Hobbs. They can get a 1st down at the 2, so it's 2nd and 6. Pistol formation, Amaro behind Guardiola. Winnikoff wide to the left. Carrasco is wide to the right. He goes in motion, stops at a wing. Handoff to Amaro, has a defender in the backfield, makes him miss. Then a flag flies in as Amaro's tackled for no gain at the 8.
Yeah, he decided to put on the brakes pretty good. He saw me. It was going to be a sweep coming to the left, or at least a stretch play coming to the left. And he put on the brakes and broke it back to the right. Something he didn't like at the left, broke it back to the right. And in the process of doing that, he really didn't get any yardage. And, well, he might have got a yard or two, but there was a hold by the Bulldogs in the meantime, so that whole thing didn't turn out very good.
Penalty moves the Bulldogs to the Hobbs 18 rather than the 8, but they get the down over.
Yeah.
Still 2nd down. 1st down yardage at the 2, so it's 2nd and 16 for Cruces at the Hobbs 18-yard line. Guardiola out of the shotgun. Dumps it off left side to Amaro. Amaro puts on the brakes and then is met by every Hobbs Eagle in uniform. I mean, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys on the stop of Amaro over there on the edge, and they pick up 2 to the 16. You need a decoy sometimes.
You need. That's exactly right. And Amani, he kind of slipped. I think he wanted to break it back, and he kind of lost his balance. He slipped, and he decided to go forward. And in the meantime, all the white jerseys were on him, so, nothing much happened.
Alba's in for Amaro. 3rd down and 14 for the Dogs at the Hobbs 16-yard line. Guardiola fakes a handoff, back to pass, has all day, fires over the middle, and he missed Miskus at the goal line. He was surrounded by 4 Eagles, so it was a tight window.
Yeah.
Guardiola went for it anyway, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, I think Guardiola got lucky on that one because There was a hell of a lot more white jerseys than blue jerseys over there, and the ball missed the receiver. By the way, it was behind the receiver. So they're going to set up at the 20. What is that? The 23. That's a 33-yard field goal.
Let's see. Yep, 33-yard field goal. He's a lefty. He's on the left hash. Good snap, good hold, and the boot is away. Plenty of leg, and he drew it right in there for 3. So it's 38-13. Las Cruces with the lead on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard with 10:41 to play in the game. That was nicely done by Esparza.
Yeah, nice shot.
How far was it again?
33.
I'm writing it down in my notes. Meanwhile, we'll take a break. Bulldogs 38, Eagles 13 on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. Early fourth quarter on Classic Rock 98.7 FM. Bulldogs to boot it away. Esparza's kick sails over the safety's head and into the end zone for another touchback. So the Eagles will start off at their own 20. 10:41 to play in the game. And Las Cruces leads at 38-13 on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. Guardiola's thrown for 146 and a TD. Amaro's run for 194 and 4 TDs. Guardiola's run for 21 yards on 6 carries. Alba, 2 carries for 9 yards for the Dogs. On the other side, Madrano's thrown it 25 times, 146 yards passing. And he's run for 175 so far. He's having a nice night.
He's run for 175?
He has.
Of course, that 77-yarder helped him out a lot.
That definitely helps. Here's a handoff, and they get a block out on the edge. Springs him to the 25. Gutierrez brings him down at the 29-yard line. That's Nelson.
Yeah.
Gain of 9.
Nice play. Just a sweep, just a standard old sweep, not a toss sweep, just a handoff sweep. And there you go. And was able to get the corner over there and pick up 9 yards.
Second down and a yard to go for the Eagles at their own 29-yard line. Good snap to Madrano. Tries to hand off. Ball's out. Ball's free. Bulldogs have pounced on it. Bulldog football. Michael Diaz, the linebacker. Johnny on the spot to recover the fumble.
The last thing that the Eagles needed to fumble the ball at their own 25-yard line, 27-yard line.
Second turnover.
And it's like they're already 38-13.
You all right?
Not good.
I better pot you down a second. Got the wrong tube of the water, the hospitality water jug. Bulldogs take over at the Hobbs 27-yard line with 10:07 to play in the game. Shotgun, well, it's pistol actually, and a handoff. That's Amaro, puts on the brakes, cuts hard right, bends the corner, and then they shove him back. They've got a beat on him and stop him at the 25. It's a gain of 2. So Amaro now, that was carry 24, and he's at 196.
Yeah.
They've done a good job on him the last 3 times he's touched the ball.
Yeah.
He has a 2-yard gain, a 4-yard gain, and a 2-yard gain since he hit the 188 mark with that 39-yard run that dazzled us all.
Yep.
2nd and 8 for the Dogs at the Hobbs 25-yard line, 9:26 to play in the game. Bulldogs 38, Hobbs 13. Guardiola fields a perfect snap, hands off to Amaro. There's a defender in the backfield, so he turns on the Jets, gets past him, outruns him to the corner, turns it up, and has yards. He's over 200 now as he stopped at the 16. It's a gain of 9.
Yeah, he, as Jeff said, someone got in there, got some pressure, but it didn't seem to bother Amato. He got around him, broke it, just broke it up the field. And there you go. So he's at what? He's a couple hundred yards now,
Yep,
right?
he's over 200. Jeremiah Mackey got in the backfield. That's 255 pounds chasing Amaro. He outran him to the corner and then turned it up and got 9. He's at 205 now officially on 25 carries. 1st and 10 Bulldogs at the Hobbs 16-yard line. Good snap. Guardiola's going to carry. Guardiola does bend the corner, and Guardiola gets banged down at the 12. Gain of 4 for Gunner.
Yep. You know, they're running Guardiola a little more than normal, which I didn't really notice that he ran that much. And they're running him on the same play. It's just basically a quarterback sweep. And they try to get a couple of blockers. And he doesn't make a heck of a lot of yardage, but he makes enough to make it worthwhile to run the play. And he runs it, reasonably well for a quarterback that's not really a running quarterback. I think he runs it reasonably well.
2nd and 5 for the Dogs at the Hobbs 11-yard line. Good snap to Gunner. Hands to Amaro. Coming left. Cut back inside of a defender. Cuts back hard right. He's got the 5. Touchdown Bulldogs. He did 2 cutbacks to the right.
How does he do that? He runs a sweep left and makes it a sweep right. I mean, when I talk about cutback, I'm normally thinking of a guy, all right, he's going to cut back and he's a couple of holes, like he's heading off into the B gap and he cuts back to the other side. But I'll tell you what, Amato is unbelievable because he's running the stretch player, the sweep left, and he cuts it back and makes it a sweep right. And no one touches him. It's kind of unbelievable, really. That guy is unbelievable.
5 touchdowns tonight rushing for Daniel Lamar.
And he's way over 200 yards rushing now.
PAT attempt is airborne, and it sails through. 45-13. The Bulldogs lead it on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. Still 7:58 to play in the game. When we come back, we'll play the game. What was your favorite Daniel Amaro TD run tonight? That's on the list. That last one right there.
But he's done the same thing twice. He takes a stretch play going one way, a sweep or a stretch play. In other words, it could be a sweep. It's just outside. And when he cuts back, it isn't like he cuts back just a little bit past the center. I mean, he cuts back. He gets way the heck back, and no one touches him, and there you go. Typical Amato run.
Bulldogs 45, Eagles 13. The Bulldog kick after this on Classic Rock 98.7 FM. Yeah, he cut right about a gap, and then he cut hard right about 2 more gaps, maybe 3.
Yep.
We're in commercial. I went to commercial. We might miss the kick.
Flag on the play.
Well, for our radio audience, you missed the kickoff, but you didn't miss anything.
Went out of bounds.
He kicked it out of bounds on a hop.
Yeah.
And so Hobbs is going to get it out at the 35. I don't, that's a penalty, but I don't know how to stat that. I need to ask.
It's interesting. We talked about that last time. Normally the ball would go to the 20, right?
Yep.
And then if you take it to the 35, maybe they call that a 15-yard penalty. You know what I'm saying? Because I was thinking about that because we couldn't figure out. We'll have to ask somebody.
Well, and then what happens, I don't mark it down, so it doesn't really count as a penalty at the final stats. Not that my stats are that official. But 1st and 10 for Hobbs from their own 35. Medrano fakes a handoff, zips it over the middle, a little low, a sliding attempt at a catch. No indication. Incomplete, the back judge says. The back judge came racing in, says no. Incomplete. Second down and 10 for Hobbs at the 35 with 7:50 to play in the game. We had a long lightning delay.
Yeah.
It was looking pretty bleak about getting this game in at one juncture. There was a downpour.
And now it's very nice.
Yeah.
By the way, on the last play, it was just a lousy pass. The guy was on the left. You saw crossing pattern. Medrano put the ball into the ground, and actually it should have been complete.
Medrano hands off inside. Hill breaks a tackle, running with determination. Gets dropped up at the 41. He got 6. That's his best run of the night.
Yeah.
And it's second, make it third down. Third down and about 4 out at the Hobbs 41-yard line with 7:33 to play in the game. Bulldogs are up 45-13. This game was 7-7 at the end of one quarter. 3rd and 4, option look. Medrano pitches it. Hill has it. First down. Walter runs him down and takes him down at the Bulldog 49. But a good chunk, a gain of 10.
You know, that's interesting because we have not seen straight option, down the line option, speed option, whatever you call it. And what it is, it's a quarterback pitch option. There's no dive. The quarterback did a nice job. He went down the line, looked like he was going to duck into the line of scrimmage, then pitched it and got a good gain out of it.
1st and 10, Medrano to throw. Boy. Walter's got a hold on him. And then Medrano throws it away.
That looked like a WWE move out there. He got a hold of him and just kind of threw him down on the ground. Now what?
Flag way after the play.
Somebody said something to somebody.
Or they might have determined that was intentional grounding.
So what do they got here?
Intentional grounding against Medrano.
Oh, boy.
Because he was clearly throwing it to avoid a sack. Now that the question becomes, was our receiver anywhere near where the ball went?
Yeah.
I didn't look.
Uh-huh.
I didn't care.
Well, I didn't really notice it.
Yeah.
I was so excited about seeing
Medrano
get thrown on the ground. I didn't know what was happening. But that's exactly right. It's they looked at it, and the flag is late. There's nothing wrong with that because the referee asks the wing officials, was there anybody there? They say no. Then they throw a late flag. That's nothing wrong with that.
5-yard penalty, loss of down, screen pass to Hill. He's got the 50, run down at the Bulldog 47-yard line by Walter again. Not enough for a first down. In fact, they've got 8 yards to go still.
Yeah. Wonder how many tackles Walter has. You know, boy, he's having he always has a heck of a night. But that's not a bad job what they tried there. They tried to run the screen pass, then you get your offensive lineman down there to block, and it actually picked up pretty decent yardage.
3rd down and 8. They went no huddle. Maybe they should have huddled because their left tackle just lurched and picked up a 5-yard penalty. What do you think of no huddle? I was talking to the Gadsden and Mayfield coaches last. We had a lot of time to talk. We had a lightning delay and a lightning delay and a lightning delay, and it never kicked off till the next day at 10 in the morning. But one of the coaches said, eventually people are kind of forgetting to defend the old stuff, and you're going to see the old stuff come back.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that? We'll talk about it here in another play.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit.
3rd down and 13 for the Eagles. Medrano fakes a handoff, can't get going, gets wrapped up at the line of scrimmage, dropped at the 49, gained a yard.
Yep. Nothing there.
And getting up off the bottom of the pile is Jacob Soto, except the problem is he's not getting up. He was shaking up.
The trainers are running on the field.
Yeah, Soto a little slow in getting up, but he made the stop on Medrano for a yard.
I think he's up now. He's up
good.
now.
That's good.
Oh, he's up. He's fine.
So anyway, the conversation was, you see inside zone, outside zone, RPO, tunnel screens, wide receiver screens, zone reads, and the coach I was talking to said, but eventually you're going to start seeing the old trap, and you're going to start seeing the option, and you're going to start seeing the wing tee, and that stuff come back in vogue as people forget to defend it.
Yeah.
Or forget how to defend it.
I've got a little comment on that.
4th and 12. Medrano to throw over the middle.
Ooh.
Nearly intercepted. Probably a good thing Alba didn't intercept it because they're going to get the ball near midfield. He would have intercepted that back at the 30. Though he would have had a chance at a return, and there was nobody in white near him.
No one near him. I don't know who he was throwing to. What you were talking about, too, a lot of teams now, it appears to me like when they get into short yardage, they get on the goal line, they are going to the eye. And they are running the ISO or the off tackle, and they've gone to the I formation a lot, but they're doing it on the goal line or they're doing it in short yardage, and they're not doing it as the total game plan, But it comes back in spurts in that kind of a situation, which I think it's a good short yardage position, formation, and there's a lot of power stuff you can do out of the I formation.
Bulldogs have it 1st and 10 at the Hobbs 49-yard line. Miskus goes in motion, stops slot left. Handoff, running room, closed up pretty quick for Alba. Then he powers his way for 3 after contact. It doesn't go down until the 43. Ends up getting 5 or 6 out of that, most of it after he was hit.
Yeah. And, you know, Alba is a good substitute, okay? He doesn't have the great speed and all that, you know, and there aren't any Armados. There aren't many of them around, all right? But Alba is a very good guy to put in there because he's a tough runner, and he's, as you say, after contact, he gets good yardage, and I think Alba ultimately is going to be pretty darn good.
2nd down, 5 to go for the Bulldogs at the Hobbs 44-yard line. Alba takes the handoff, veers at left guard, and punches it for a 1st down down to the 38-yard line. Gain of 6 for Jackson.
And by the way, people on the left side, the offensive linemen on that left side, they just wipe things out over there. Okay, really, really dominant on the left side over there of the Bulldog offense.
Cruces has Oregon Mountain next Friday. Ooh. That game is here, of course. I don't know who's the home team and who's the road team, but I don't. About the only thing that matters about that is which side do you sit on if you're a fan.
Yeah.
1st and 10 for the Dogs at the Hobbs 39-yard line. Guardiola fields the snap. Hands off, flags are flying. Alba's running. He's through the middle. He's into the secondary. Dropped down at the 22. It's a gain of 17 for now.
Yeah.
Referee threw the flag. Now
he waved it off.
Yeah, he said, nah, I didn't mean it.
Because, you know, I felt bad for Alba because I was thinking, okay, Alba had a really nice run. And then the flag went down, and I'm thinking, there's something on the line of scrimmage. There was a false start, something happening over there. Alba's run was going to get wiped out. And as it turned out, they picked up the flag, so that's good. Alba got a nice run out of it.
Gain of 17 for Jackson. 4:17 to play in the game. Bulldogs 45, the Hobbs Eagles 13 on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. Barunda goes in motion. Stops about slot right and heads up the field as they hand off to Alba, and he's going through the middle. Grab by the ankle, pulls the tackler for 2 extra yards after contact. Altogether, he's got 9 to the 13.
Yeah, Alba's picking up some good yardage or some good blocking. The Bulldogs right now are in run the clock mode. Get out of here. Get over to Whataburger or wherever they have a post-game.
That's Alberta.
his post-game meal for their players, and just get the heck out of here. That's what they're running now. But in the meantime, they're blocking well, and Alba's running well. He's getting some work done, and the Bulldogs are running the clock. That's what they want to do.
2nd down and a yard to go. Alba works his way for a 1st down inside the 10 to the 9 to the 8 to the 7. Gain of 6 for Jackson. He's up to 50 yards now on 7 carries.
Heck yeah! And they brought the wing back on the right, who's a tight end or whoever it is lined up in that position on the right, and he's what I call him a slot back. He's just a guy that's just kind of back of the tackle and just outside. He came over and blocked to the left, so gave Alba a little bit of extra blocking over there.
1st and goal at the 7 for the Bulldogs. Carrasco, the motion man this time. He's going to lead the way for Jackson Alba with a little trap block, and Alba barrels his way up the middle. Touchdown. Touchdown, Las Cruces. A 7-yard run for Alba.
Number 51 buried somebody. Who's 51?
Julian Chavez.
Okay, he flat buried a guy over there. Good job. 2nd
rushing touchdown of the year for Alba. Amaro had 5 of them tonight, gives him 18 on the year. And Alba's like, you got to talk about Amaro after my TD run? Just trying to update the
totals. Alba's he's getting some yardage here. What's he up to now?
57 yards on 8 carries.
Heck yeah.
And a TD. Another PAT attempt, airborne and good. 50 burger, Bob. 52-13, Las Cruces with the lead. With 3:07 to play in the game on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard, you're listening to Bulldog Football on Classic Rock 98.7 FM. Let's see here. For the LCPS TV audience, it's still with us. This is idle chit-chat between Bob and I. You don't really miss anything when we're away. I was checking Winnicott. His TD tonight, that gives him 3 TDs on the year. He averages 106 yards a game.
Do you hear anything?
He's at 7 catches for 78 right now. Here we go. Back to radio. Welcome back. Jeff Matthews with Bob Sherman. 3:07 to play in the game. The Bulldogs 52, the Eagles 13 on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. I looked up a score for somebody that hit me up on X when I reported the Bulldogs score. It was 7-7 Centennial and Carlsbad in the second quarter as the last reported score from over there. I wonder if they had a delay or a rainstorm, or if just somebody went home and quit reporting the score. You never know in high school. Kick dropped, picked up, going left, cutting it up, cutting it right, cutting it back up the hash to the 35-yard line's Ortiz.
Yeah.
We had an incident a couple weeks ago, Bob, where I was doing a game here, and the Trojans were up in Albuquerque playing West Mesa, and a score was reported on the app I use, and a guy by the moniker of Big Mac had reported that West Mesa had really beaten Mayfield badly. So we believed the score for a while until we realized the game started 24 minutes ago. And there's no way that score was accurate. We did a little deep diving, and some guy had kind of messed with the Max Prep scoring system.
Oh, no kidding.
And was reporting the score like he was the official score. But
oh, my gosh.
I think Big Mac wasn't at the game. He was just kind of juking
He's just
everybody.
a guy messing around at home, huh?
Madrano fires, and Ortiz makes the catch. Short game, 3 yards.
Yeah, in reality, that was a fairly difficult pass for Madrano. And I know it only picked up 3 yards, but Madrano is running 100 miles an hour. He's a right-handed quarterback. Going left is hard to do. And he picked Ortiz out in the middle of all those people. I know it was only a 3-yard gain, but that actually is a fairly difficult pass. Here we go again.
Second down.
Oh.
And going deep, and the pass overthrown and incomplete. I was looking up a score there, Bob, and I couldn't find the ball about halfway through that play.
Yeah, well, I tell you,
he went deep.
Oh, it was a streak route. The guy was open. There's no doubt about it. The receiver was open. He had gotten behind the safety of the Bulldogs, which is not good at this point. I mean, not that it made a heck of a lot of difference if they score, but not good news for the safety to get that guy behind him. And Madrano just overthrew him.
Draw play.
Yep.
Handoff. Hill spun down at the 44, picked up 6.
Yeah.
That's 53 yards for him on 11 carries. And it's fourth down for Hobbs and 2. They were going for it early and often tonight, and they succeeded.
Do it again. That's that
Many
sprint draw
times.
again, too. Remember we talked about that? And you don't normally see that. It used to be a big play. Quarterback runs to the right like he's going to run a sprint pass. The back sits there like he's going to block. A quarterback puts the ball in his gut. Here we go.
Pass complete up to the 45, 40, 35, 30, and brought down at the 26-yard line is Braddock Beatty. Big game. That was a fourth down conversion.
Yeah, nice job. They actually had a sideline route that I was looking at. I thought that was open, and then I kind of looked back at it a little bit, and the receiver on the left had come across the field, and he was actually the better guy. That was the deeper route. That both the sideline was open and that deep route was open, and put the ball right on the money.
1st and 10 for the Eagles at the Bulldog 26-yard line. Handoff to Hill. Breaks off to the left. Now he turns it up the hash, and he's wrapped up after a first down run on the last play of the game. Dropped at the 12-yard line. It's a gain of 14, but that's the last play of the ball game. Final score, Las Cruces 52, Hobbs 13 on the Ben Trujillo State Farm scoreboard. We'll give you final stats and the big play of the game, brought to you by the Game Bar and Grill. We'll do that after this on Classic Rock 98.7 FM.
Everybody here at home, please drive safe. We'll see you at the next game. Good night and God bless.
.262.
Ready? Coach Lopez, what adjustments did you make during the delay?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What adjustments did you make during the delay?
Well, I think, you know what, to be honest, we came out a little slow. We came out a little sluggish. And so it was just kind of a good delay for us to kind of regroup and be able to say, hey, listen, man, like, we didn't come out the way that we normally come out. And these guys have such a heart of a champion. You know, they responded so well. And, man, all kudos to them for regrouping the way they did.
Yeah, now let's talk about the execution on your defense tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we did a great job here second half. You know, I mean, you know, we came out right away. I thought that after the delay, the 3rd and 8, and then the 4th and 4 or whatever was a huge
Welcome
stop.
back, Jeff.
You know, we get the ball back, even though we didn't do anything with it. It kind of created that momentum for our defense, and they did a much better job after that.
And now, are you pleased with the offense line playing tonight?
I am, not initially. You know, we were a little bit sluggish, like I said. But, man, I give so much credit to these guys, man. They understand how to get back into their process and back and make adjustments, and they play so hard, and they care for each other and love each other, and that goes a long way.
All right, thank you, Coach.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Eagles passing 189. On the ground for the Bulldogs, 309. On the ground for the Eagles, 262. 451 total offense for Hobbs, 455 for Las Cruces. All right, individually, Gunnar Guardiola tonight threw it 17 times. 11 for 17 for 146 and a 17-yard TD to Francisco Winnikoff. So 1 TD and 1 interception, giving him 8 TDs on the year against just 2 interceptions. Individually on the ground, Daniel Amaro, 26 carries for 216 yards and 5 rushing TDs. Jackson Alba, 8 carries for 57 yards and a TD. Guardiola, 7 carries for 25 yards. 2 other Bulldogs carried it for 11 yards. Let's see, Winnikoff, 7 catches for 78 yards for the Dogs. Amaro caught 2 passes for 21 yards. And Diego Lopez, the tight end, caught a pass for 35 yards and another one for 8 yards tonight. So he got in the action, and I remember that 35-yarder being pretty important.
That was a big one.
At the time. So those are the final stats for the Bulldogs. Let's see, Medrano tonight threw it 31 times, 189, a TD, and an interception. On the ground, Medrano had 176 and a TD. Hill had 67 yards, no TDs for the Eagles. Time now for our Whataburger. Well, actually, it's the Game Bar and Grill. Big play of the game. We're mixing up jobs here. The Game Bar and Grill, 2 locations. You got the North Rise location, and I'm also kind of thinking about, you know what, and the other location on Espina, the Game Bar and Grill, sponsors our player of the game and our big play of the game. And the big play of the game, well, Bob's got an interesting candidate, and I don't think he's wrong. It was 14-13, Cruces by 1. Yeah. And they were getting the kickoff, and Francisco caught it at the 16 and returned it to the Eagle 40, and they went in there and threw a TD pass from Guardiola to Winnikoff a few plays later to go up 8 and never looked back. They kind of took off from there.
Well, those 2 things happened. It was both Winnikoff. Winnikoff's the one that got the big run, 40-some yards, and then they threw him the ball over there, so he was like a big factor in that. And that was a time when there was some doubt as to who was going to win the game, okay?